Okay. Working? No, of course not. Camera. A. Frozen. You cool? No, you're so delayed. Okay, we're gonna see if that works. Maybe. Okay. Camera's having issues, but whatever. Ah. Technology sucks. I don't know what the issue was. It was just freezing. Like I was putting my hand underneath it and it was just a still image. It was not actually camera-ing. So I just reset some of the Wi-Fi on it and everything, which was working yesterday to fix it. So who knows? Also, hello, good morning, afternoonish, good time zone. I'm going to be finishing up Eevee now. That's my current goal, and then I think what I'm going to do for today is actually test out a Ghastly. So I had an idea for Ghastly that I've seen like a couple people do as like crocheted stuffed animals, but not actually sewn animals. So I'm going to try and basically I pulled this out real quick as a pattern for him. So this is going to be like where the face is. This is going to be where the face is. So the eyes go here, the mouth will go right there. This will be half of a sphere. And then the other half I'm going to make out of um, 4 of these shapes, which should give me a round sphere. And then in the back and around the edges, the reason the back's made out of 4 different pieces is I'll have 4 different uh, seams through there. I'm going to be using just some tulle fabric and kind of scrunching it up and sticking it in there so that hopefully I can get a really cool looking smoke effect and put it all the way across the back. So I'll have some smoke going around and also 3 lines through the back to kind of fill them up with smoke behind. I have no idea if it's going to work, but we're going to go for it. So that's my plan for today. If that fails spectacularly, oh well. And then after that, if I have more time and I feel more like streaming, uh, I've got all of my little pork faces from yesterday. They've all been washed out. Now they just need to be flipped and then sewn onto the bodies. The bodies need to be sewn together. So I'll work on Corix there. But for now, I'm going to get back to Eevee and the little squishy face. Just so that I can get Eevee done. And then I'm kind of thinking I'm going to do the legendary birds. I'm going to do 3 legendary bird Pokemon, and that will be a good number of Pokemon to take to RetroCon with me. Oh, hello, good morning, or hello, hi. My goodness. Hello, Faffery and people. Hey, good for, what were you doing? Were you playing, I don't know, what, a game? Like, yes, I am making real life goods. Today is Pokemon Day. I'm currently working on a shiny Eevee. Yesterday, get my fluff out of the way, I finished up these 3 guys. Factory automation game Kaizen. I don't know that one at all. I don't think I've ever watched that one before. So this is what I'm doing here. I have a retro video game con I'm going to be vending at. So I need to have actual dudes to sell there that are retro. So I'm just doing some of the original Pokemon. So Gengar's great. Gengar's my favorite. So I'm working on, I'm finishing up a shiny Eevee right now. I'm going to stitch all those bits together and make an Eevee. And then following that, I'm going to be working on a Ghastly, which I don't know if it will work or not. This is going to be a full test of a concept I've had in my head. But I'm going to be using this tulle stuff, which is just the netting that you might see in like tutus and things. I'm going to be using this as the smoke around Ghastly. So we're going to see how well that works out. Total test. I've never done that before. So it may or may not work, but it's the plan for today. Yes, that is tulle. I've seen a couple of people who will do like a crocheted Ghastly, and then they put like tulle looped through the stitches in the yarn. I can't do that because I don't have yarn. So I'm going to just kind of stitch it into the seams and see if it works. I hope it does because in my head it looks real cool. And if I can make that in real life, that'll be awesome. I'm thinking it'll probably take me, let's see, 5, 10, 15, probably a half hour to maybe 45 minutes to finish this Eevee, and then I'll get started on the uh, Ghastly after that. Okay, so there's my little body. Very flat face right now. I am going to be sewing the bits on before I stuff the head or put any other bits on there, just because I feel like that'll be easier to work with, so I'm not fighting with Evie as much. That's probably Whew. Okay, so there's my first little foot. Just want to tip that, I think, instead of having it go straight up and down. Tip it outwards a little bit. I think that will look better with the seam underneath it. Oh, and I need to move it down a little bit. Okay, there we go. Now we've got that foot on an angle, and also it is set up so that it supports Evie, keeps them sitting up. Oop, come on. Need a little bit more stuffing in that one. Right there. Dab you with some pins. It's tipped a little bit too far. I'm going to rotate you back. Okay, there we go. That's where the front two legs are going to be. Or back two legs? The footy feets. Oh, There's one little foot. Ooh. Oops. I just smacked the camera. That's cool. Okay. There we go. There's my little legs. I'm going to get all of them stitched down in place. Afraid. Thank you. I like how long and drawn out it is. It's like an extra big celebration. Thank you. Okay, let me get these legs stitched in place. After that, I'm going to do the little tail. Boop. And then after that, I'll get the head stuffed up, put the ruff on the neck, and the ears on top. Ah, helps if I can find my needles. There we go. Might take me a little bit longer than I thought. Cream thread. Whew. Mm, I don't know which direction would be easiest to start from. Probably just do the outside of the foot here. Ow, stab. Okay, let's not poke that pin. Okay, that pin can come out because there's now stitches holding that in place. The other pin on the other side is being a pain. Good. Woo! Don't do that. Okay, there's my first leg. Ah, then instead of cutting my thread, I'm just going to go through the body of the plushie to the next foot because they're all so close together. And then just start off with a knot right there. Stop stabbing me. And that pin can come out now too. Gonna raise that little arm up. Woo. Ah, no stabs. Okay, there's the two little legs. I'm not super concerned about the top section of them because the ruff is going to cover over like half of the legs there. I just want to make sure that the bottoms look good. Ah, stab. Ah, let go. Ow. Stab. Ah, ah. Ah. Let go of your thread. There we go. Okay, all 4 legs are attached there. I'm gonna just tie a little knot. I'm not sure if I have enough thread to go through the body to the tail and then around the tail. So I'm gonna just end this thread here and then I'll start over new at the tail. There we go. Snip that there. There you go. He's still a little bit squishy, but has all 4 legs now. For Evie's tail, I did stuffing. I'm gonna just lightly stuff the tail because I want it to be like squishy, squishy and floppy. It doesn't really need a lot in order to keep its shape. Like this is a pretty solid shape here. It's not gonna like collapse under itself. Whew. So there we go. It's gonna be extra squishy. Fun tail there. Okay. And then needle, which I lost. Cool. And where do you need to attach? Right at the base. Okay, so right on the seam, that dart to make the actual rounded butt. And then you are the top. I'm gonna just pin you right there. There we go. Okay, half on, then there we go. So floppy little tail still, because I want it to be like tail that can wag around. There we go. That looks good. Uh, like 2 more stitches just to anchor that base in place. And then tie a knot. Okay, so there's the body. The ruff needs some stuffing. I'm going to very lightly stuff that as well. And it's going to be a little bit interesting getting the stuffing in there because I'm going around a donut shape. Cool. One, two, three, four. There we go. Half is stuffed. Oop. Okay. There we go. Just lightly stuffed, squished there. I'm going to sew the opening closed and then put it around the neck, then stuff the face. I'm going to need more thread than that. Inside does not want to fold to the outside. I think that's going to have to be pinned. Pin you together temporarily while I stitch around you. Whew. There we go. Pin no longer needed now that I've gotten to that seam. Everything connected. I don't need a knot right there. Let's not do a knot. Yeah. No knots required. Okay, there's the ruff. Ruff goes around the squishy head. Good. And now I can stuff the head. I still have that thread attached because I'm going to try and sew the ruff to the back of the neck just to keep it in place. Ooh, maybe I want to do that before I stuff it even. Let me line you up here for you. Yeah, I'm gonna stitch it in place now before I stuff the head up. Ah, stab. No stabs necessary. Oh, I think your count is low today. I've already stabbed myself several times. When I was putting on the legs, I essentially had a pin going through the leg to the other side, just sticking out. And that's also exactly where I was holding. Okay, then I can cut that shirt there. Oop. Okay, there's Evie's little ruff. Let's get that head stuffed now. Is it a mane? I don't know. It's the fluffy bits. I mean, in the pattern, Trolley Knight calls it the collar, so at this point, it could be anything. Who knows? I'm gonna get a little bit of my mochi stuffing to go into the nose. The tail is a fluffy bit too. That's true. Most of Eevee is a fluffy bit. So I want to make the nose extra stuffed, so I'm going to be using my mochi stuffing, which stays in place better than the regular stuffing does. I might actually reshape that nose a little bit once I'm done stuffing. Yeah, I think I'm going to redo that nose. I'm going to just thread sculpt that together. Because it's a little, I don't exactly like that shape, not that tip right there. I'm going to fix that. Got needles sticking out the nose. Cool. Okay, I think I like that nose shape slightly better. So if I make this Eevee pattern again, I know that I need to modify the nose because I'm not a fan of the original pattern's nose. There we go. That's not my favorite way to pattern out noses anyways. So I do much more a nose bridge rather than just the two flat pieces stitched together. I feel like if you do the two flat pieces like what is here, it's just like two sides of the face stitched together, you get more of a point to it, which works really well for like reptiles or like anything that has a beak. But if you're doing something that has like an actual muzzle, I prefer to put a third little piece of fabric in there to make the top of the nose. I feel it's just a little bit more better shape to it. So there we go. Nose shape fixed. Let me cut off that extra. There we go. So I just took away a little bit of the sharp point of the nose, made it a little bit more rounded. Now we've got a little bit more of a nose shape than like a straight line up and over. Got rid of some of that like right angle to it, just add that little bit of a curve. So is definitely the easier way to make a pattern, especially when you're doing something very small. Like just doing the two pieces is a lot easier for small things. And this is a free pattern, so I can understand why Choli did not do the more time intensive bits, but not my favorite way to make noses. I generally don't do that on on patterns and designs I make myself. Okay, there we go. There's a little face, and again, the top of the legs are completely covered over by the ruff, so I wasn't super concerned with how they attached. They are underneath there. It's all good. I did attach the ruff to the back of the neck so it doesn't spin and rotate. It'll stay where it's supposed to. And just unfold a bit of you there. Get a little bit of a squish to get the stuffing into the right spots. There we go. I'm going to sew on the ears before I close up the back of the head. They need a little bit of stuffing as well. Probably not as much as the body. The body is very firm, and then I give it a very soft, squishy tail. I'm going to do a little bit more of the squishy side for the ears as well. There we go. So there's my ear. Squishy. A little bit more in that second ear. Okay, that feels good. And then for the ears, I'm going to put them right above that dart on the face, right above the ears. That way I can line them both up equally if I put them at both the starting points. And they're not going to go backwards like this. This is just how I'm pinning them in place because I'm going to sew that front and then go around the back to hold them down. So rather than stabbing myself with the pins, I'm putting the pins straight into the fabric, which is going to just push the ears backwards a bit. Temporarily. Okay, so that's where the ears are going to attach. I think that looks cute. Nice big floppy ears. Very cute styled little guy. Where's, yeah, okay, thank you. I can take that pin out because now my needle is the pin. And I'm going to go right to the edge of the front of the face. Going straight across there. Okay, there we go. Front is sewn on. There we go. There's my ear. Number one. Okay. There is the first ear. I'm going to take that thread to the outside, bury it in the bush. Wish you. I'm not sure if I want to try and stitch that. I'm going to just get a new piece of thread for this piece, for this last bit. And then starting on this ear. Front's on. I'm kind of pulling the back into this triangle shape just to give it a little bit more of a sturdy base instead of just being two straight lines across. It's going to have like a triangle to keep it sticking straight up. Ah, stop. Okay, scissors away. You're going to keep catching the thread. You're going to the timeout corner. Okay, so there's my ears. They're floppy, but they are going to at least stand up. They're not going to like flop immediately over, but they still have some wiggles to them. I think that's pretty cute. Some squishy bits. And last little bit's going to be sew up the back of the head. And I'm going to start here with a little knot because I'm just dragging the thread from the ear. Instead of cutting it and then re-knotting it and starting over, I'm going to just continue on. So there is going to be like a trail of thread on the inside. That's the exact same thing that my embroidery machine does when it moves from one section to another. Pull that nice and tight. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, I'm about an hour of work on Eevee. which is longer than I estimated, but not terrible. Whoop. Oh. There we go. So I'm going to add another 57 minutes onto Evie, but she is done. Here, just stand your tail. Good. Good job. So Evie is finished. I need my spreadsheet. Evie, time spent 2 hours, 15 minutes plus 57 minutes. And that would be 3 hours ish, 3 hours, 15 ish minutes total work time. Slightly longer than it took me to make Dratini here. Evie took longer than Dratini, but less time than Dragonair and Gengar. So there we go. That's my 4th Pokemon this week. I would like to get 3 more done, either the evolutions or the 3 legendary birds. And then I want to make Ghastly. I couldn't figure out how to make a Haunter really without like attaching his hands to him. So I'm probably not going to do a Haunter at all. Just because I couldn't figure out a pattern that I liked, and I don't want to experiment with patterns right now. Like Ghastly's going to be my biggest experiment. And that's mostly just because the round shape is super simple. The pool in it is going to be the experimentation part. So I think it's going to work. It shouldn't take me too long to figure this out. I'm just going to kind of go for it and see what we've got. Where is my test fabric? Okay, I've got this weird yellow test fabric. You guys move over here. Yeah. You guys sit down there. I need to cut these guys out. Okay. Not keeping those bits. I will keep this bits. Oh, camera. Why are you like this? Okay. Okay, so this is gonna be the front, these are gonna be the back. I'm using this yellow fabric as my test because I don't wanna cut into my purple until I'm sure, maybe even black. I think I'm gonna do black for Ghastly. I don't want to cut into the good fabric until I'm sure that this is going to work. So I have this really cheap stuff that I picked up from a thrift store that works about the same way. It's just not good quality, so I wouldn't want to sell anything made out of this. So that's going to be my test for this orb. Which direction do you? Yeah, you don't even brush in a good direction. What the heck is going on here? Terrible fabric. Terrible, terrible fabric. And I need a marker. Let's see, purple marker? Purple. Some purpley markers. And then I need to punch some holes into my darts, especially on the bottom section. Pokey stick, where are you at? Okay, so there's the front face piece. And then I need 4 of these for the back. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay. So there's my pattern for all my bits for a Ghastly. He does not take a lot of fabric. I really hope this works because this would be a really cool Ghastly. Ghastly in my head looks really cool. Oops, stop that. That's the front. So essentially, it is the same little slivers for the front and back. The front of the slivers are just all kind of attached to each other so that I have a big area to embroider on. So I want to be able to put the face on Ghastly. So I don't want to be trying to put like an eyeball on each slice and also a mouth that goes across two of them. Okay. And just so I don't forget, these are going to be the top sections right there. Okay, I'm going to put the face half together first because then that will hopefully give me a idea of how much of the tulle I want to go around the edge. Let's see what I can do on Thomas. Think for the actual pattern, I might draw out the lines just so that I know where these are supposed to be instead of estimating like I am doing now. That's the bottom right there, or is that the top? Maybe that's the top. That might be the top. I may have done this upside down. Oh well, we'll figure this out. Little guys first, I guess. Actually, I'm going to do the two sides first. Larger darts. Because then I can just fold it in half for that middle dart. Yeah, these side darts should be on the bottom because the mouth was going to go in between them. So this is the bottom. And then here in the center. Okay, so that's half of Ghastly. That's going to be the front half of it. And it is actually going to be upside down. Whoops. Because I want to be able to put the eyes off to the sides a little bit. So this dart here goes farther down on the top, and then the mouth needs to be between the darts so the bottom dart doesn't go up as far. So that's the direction there. The larger darts go on the bottom, so I have to move this here. I should have put lines on this before I printed it, but it's going to go down that way so that I have, let me pull up my little teeth. Because he's going to have his little mouth like this. And his little eyes, his very large little eyes. Like that. Yeah, this is just scrap fabric. This is a really, really cheap, like, it does not feel good fabric. I got it from a thrift store because it stretches the same way as my nice Minky. So I can test things out on this scrap stuff before using my good Minky for it. And I'm just to the window because his other eyeball mirrored. And I can't freehand that, so fold it in half, draws a little eye. That's about where his face is going to be. That should fit right in there. His eyes will go pretty far around the side of his head. But he's got huge eyes as it is. I'm not going to make his eyes stick off of his face. That is way more complicated than I want to do for this little guy, especially because he's going to have all the tulle. That's already the cool thing that I want to do with him. So I'm not going to add three-dimensional eyes. I would have to essentially embroider them separately on like a stable fabric and then stick them on. Uh, Either sew or glue, I guess. Glue's not ideal, but stick them onto him afterwards. And I don't really want to do that much for him. Okay, now I need these guys to all leave. Woo! Come with me. Because I'm going to need more space for the tulle. Evie can stay. Evie's cool. For the tulle, everybody out of the way. I've got this full length. Let me move that around. Oof. There's one time around. Right, yeah. One time around to there. Let me see if I can pin this. Or, oh, my clippies. Where are my clippies? Let me try this. I just want to see how much I can bunch this as I go around. If I go to the other end, that would be all the way to the beginning again. Here. That's the halfway point there. There. I can't get a really big bunch. It's going to go around a bit. And I want it to be folded in half so that I get double layers, no raw edges. It's all going to be caught inside. Let me flip you over here. Tool is so weird to work with because it's so lightweight. Wiggles. Unfold, please. Please. If I fold it like this, it'll be scrunched up. That might be a good amount there. I think that's a good width to stick out around. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, like 8 inches of tulle for each bit. And I'm going to want a piece that goes all the way around. That's going to be the first piece I put in. But then I also wanted to put 3 slicey pieces there. So maybe what I should do is this entire width, instead of trying to go around both sides, I should do top and bottom. So 8 inches per side. So 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. I'm going to see about doing that. Let's see. Bolt goes on the ground. There we go. Good enough. Just sit there. You're going to be covered in fluff, but you're fine. And I want to do 8 inches. If I take this, I'm going to fold it in half. That's going to be crungly bit. Ah, can't tell which is the top or the bottom. Come on, dude. Oh, you stick to everything. I think I'm going to gather this with thread. So I'm going to go up, flip you over, and I'm just going to gather this up with needle and thread. See how well this works. Knotted in that corner there. Okay. Let's. Stab. I have no excuse for that stab. I could see through both sides of the fabric. Okay. Please don't tangle. Knots are uncool. We're not doing knots. Please stop. Please stop. No knots. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Very uncool. Ah. Come on. Okay, let's at least try that. You good? Oops, well, they didn't line up properly at the end. Let me just gather that up anyways on its own. There we go. Okay, so there's the gathered up stuff. So that's essentially what I want to put around Ghastly. Make it look like that. Let me see how this is going to look between two stripe bits. And this one goes here. Spread that out a little bit more. Okay, so that's what I was thinking of. I can do that along each of them? Hmm. I'm going to stitch these together. Ah, come on. Purple. Okay. Like that. Hmm. We're going to see how that works. And then I'll do it again. I want to see them side by side. So this is going to be stitched together. Uh, Pretty big stitches as compared to my regular stitches, because if this actually works out, I'm going to pull them out and use this purple again. So I don't want matching thread. I want thread that's going to stand out so that I can pull these stitches back out. Let's see how this squish everything together. I'm going to put a pin in there, I think, to hold it together as I put it underneath the foot. I don't have my pointy stick. Stick would be helpful. Like that. Hmm. Okay, I'm going to do this again. We're going to see how well this works. I'm not highly enthusiastic about it right now. I feel like there has to be a better way, something that I'm not seeing. I'm going to make them a little bit longer, I think. Instead of doing the 8 inches, I'm going to try 10. We're going to see how well that works. Or, ooh. I need to put my pin or my needle somewhere. Ah, tool. Because my other idea was if I layered it on top of itself. If I essentially did like 2 layers, one of them shorter and one of them longer. Yeah, I'm essentially making a loofah. Let me try a 12-inch wide one. Let's see how well that works. So I ended up buying all of this tulle from Joann's as they were closing down for about 10 cents a yard. So if I end up using some of this that I don't need, the whole reason I got it was for a ghastly. I don't have any other real use for it afterwards. Well, okay, so if I put beans into like the butts of plushies, you have to like make a bag for them. I can make bags out of this stuff, and that works really well because it's not super heavy weight. You can see the beans, so you don't stitch on top of the beans and break your needles. But it is also really super cheap, and the whole reason I got it, like, in purple and everything, was for Ghastly. So that one's extra wide. That was the 12 that I cut. I'm gonna move that out of the way. I actually want to do a narrower one as well. I'm gonna put them underneath. This is just pure experimentation type stuff. I don't know what's gonna work right now. Don't know what I'm gonna like the best. Okay. Generally, well, some plushies just get beans because I like the way that it feels with them. Generally, if they need like beans in a bag in their butt, it's because they fall over. Like if I made Eevee and it was just top heavy and would fall over constantly, I would put beans in the butt to just give it that extra weight. The bats get beans in the bodies just because I think the beans feel nice, but they don't actually need beans. And the first bats I made did not actually have beans. The beans is a new thing for like the past 2 years. Okay, so there's a narrow one. And here's the wide one. What is going to be the best, easiest way to attach these guys? I might try actually sewing these together. Hmm. They stick to each other in all the wrong ways. Are you on top or are you the underside layer? Good. If I just fold you like this. No, because then you're right on top of everything. Okay. Okay. Let me fold you like go away. I don't need your I want to keep these things even because the one that I hand sewed together, the edges, one of the edges got a lot longer than the other because this stuff stretches. So those two ends are together. Here's the center. Got to make sure both of those sides line up, the raw sides together. Oops, only grabbed one of them. You good? Okay, so that's mostly together. Now if I come in with you over top, and I just kind of pin you in place as well. You are just pain in the ass, aren't you? Well, this Ghastly will not be a quick and easy plushie, that's for sure. This works out, Ghastly is going to be very time intensive. Okay. Ugh. I think if this was more opaque, it would actually be easier. Or maybe on a solid colored background. Okay, so that's a double layer. I've got two pieces folded over each other. And then I need to scrunch it up into how many inches? Let's see. About 8 inches. I need to scrunch this up to 8 inches of space. Instead of just scrunching it like that, I'm wondering if I can, like, hold it nicely. It's really got to scrunch up. Let me flip you over here. Hmm. That might be harder. I was gonna try and do like pleating to it, but it's so lightweight. I'm not sure how well it's actually going to pleat. Hmm. I'm going to stitch this up just by itself. Where are my tools at? Different plate because this one has a wider opening on it. Well, don't catch your thread. That's rude. I'm out. Good. Okay, that one's got an oval shape opening to it so that I can do zigzag stitches. And I need a different foot. I'm going to do this foot here, my very unused basic foot. And I'm going to try and do a zigzag on the edge of this. The zigzag is because I didn't line them up perfectly and I don't want them to come apart. So a zigzag will hopefully catch more fabric. And I drop it. You're doing a zigzag stitch to a fairly wide zigzag stitch, and a fairly long zigzag stitch. Let's see if this works. You're low on bobbin thread. Well, can we maybe get to the end? We'll see. I'll get as far as you can. Yeah. You ran out. Okay. It was a good try, sir. A good try. Whoops, and it's gonna fall on the floor. That's cool. Okay, we've got some fluffins there. You can't really lay down, can you? No, your tail's in the way. Okay, zigzag to hold it all together. If it sticks to everything. This is still a situation where I need to bunch it all up. I was gonna try and do pleats like this. Not much loofah-ier than this, though. So maybe gathering is gonna be about the same as actual, uh the pleats. Pleats would take longer. So okay, let me do the gathering. Hmm. I'm just doing basically a big running stitch through here, which is just in one side of the fabric, out the other, in that same side, out the original. So just back and forth, forward, just to gather it all up like that. There we go. It has to be about 8 inches, which is about that much. Kind of spread it out through there. Hmm. I think I like the longness of it, but I don't know if it needs that inside bit. Are you at inches? Yeah, that's about 8 right there. Ow. Measure that. About 7 inches. That gives me space on either side. Okay, so I'm going to tie a little knot right here. Okay, so that's about 7 inches worth of fluffy stuff. I took the 44 whatever width it was and squish it down into about 8. 7 or 8 to go on the Ghastly curve. I like how long it is. I don't necessarily know if we need that inside piece though. I thought that would be more bunched up and everything. I think I would have to do more on the inside and less on the outside in order to get that bunched appearance there. Because right now it just kind of goes with the top level there. I really scrunch you up. Scrunching it up works a little bit. But I feel like it'll unscrunch itself as soon as it has a chance to. Okay, so putting it back together in this one though, I'm going outside of the zigzag stitch. There's going to be more of the ghastly bits inside, but I want to make sure that everything gets caught nicely. I'm actually going to use pins. Where are my pins? Ooh. Where's your end? Gonna come over to here. Oops, well, yeah, it's fine, whatever. The fluff on this piece will be upside down as compared to the other one. Come on, little tutu. Ugh. It is very, very squishy. That is a lot of tool that I'm going to be going through. Okay, so there we go. I do like that it's longer. I don't think that inner layer is really necessary right now. Let me stick that together and then we'll see. Pokey stick, where'd you go? Okay. I'm definitely gonna need the pokey stick to help feed this through. That is a lot of fabric there. Fold. Good. Oh, I do not want zigzags at this one. Straight line stitch. 1/4 inch foot. Yep. Ow. Whew. Okay, taking those pins out. It is super thick. Also, I feel like this should be food. Like this is definitely jelly coming out of something. Hmm. Well, he looks like he has bald spots, is what he looks like. I don't know if I like those bald spot bits. The forbidden taco. Yeah, look at this. Delicious. I like how the length looks on this, but I don't like the bald spots in between. Hmm. I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah, he's probably gonna look great, but only from like the front angle. If you turn him around and he has like it will be black, but you're gonna still see the bald spot in between these areas. Because I was hoping that this would do more like the full loofah thing, where it kind of zigzags back and forth like that to fill in the space. But it doesn't really. Doesn't fully fill in that space there. Even if I had like two or more, I still think there's going to be that too much of a gap there. Actual loofahs are made by essentially you have like a tube of this stuff, not just bits. You have like a full tube of it that then you tie in the middle. There's cool videos about how you make real loofahs, but it's not like what I'm doing. Yeah, so loofahs are made completely different. They've got like an actual like tube of this stuff that then you put a whole bunch of these the whole like full length of this tube together, and then you tie it around the middle. And so you've got like half of the tube on one side and half the tube on the other, essentially like a bow, but a lot of bow. Yeah, so it's not like this at all. There's no real like fabric or seams or anything in them. So I can't do the full loofah treatment to this. I'm going to try one other thing. Where did stuff go? Where did It's a giant purple bolt. Where did I put it? There we go. Okay. How did I lose this? Oh my gosh. It's gonna be one of those days. I'm gonna try another idea. I'm gonna go with 10 inches maybe. I did 6, I did 12. I'm 10. So there's my piece that's 10 inches wide. And I'm going to fold it in half again. I just kind of put you here. Because the other idea I had was right now I've made like loops. Like each of these are closed. If I do it open at the top end, it would be a raw edge. Not that this stuff frays, but can I do it that way? And can I sew bits in the middle? Okay. How am I going to stitch you through the middle? Maybe just open you up, lay you flat. this is what I'm doing right now is actually more similar to how the loofahs are actually made than what I was doing before, where I'm going to gather it in the middle of the stuff, except for I'm doing one flat layer, not a round tube. Made the bow. So if I did something like this, stuck right in there. Something like that. So if I did something like that in the center, that would be a lot of tulle, but I could fill in gaps along him. And like that. And fill in the gaps in between. Yeah. Kind of cloister, yeah. He is less bald. That would also probably be quicker to stitch up. I would probably do it. Let me free this pin. Come off. Come here. Because I've got another bit here. So I'm going to try it on here. If I put this right here, and then I need to lay this flat to the other edge. Ah, don't pull. Don't be weird. Okay, so if I spread it across the back and then can't really pin it in place really. But if I stitch that down on all 4 of the bits, and then I can put also I can still do it in between like this, but I'll probably do it the same way where it's just going to be raw edges. So let me stitch that, and then I'm going to do raw edges between that, see how well those line up. Okay. Let's stitch that together. I don't want you all the way to the very edge. You need a little bit of space for your seam. So you need to actually start about here. Otherwise, all of you is going to be stuck. Ready? Push. Flatten you down. Woo! On. Okay, so that more or less this would be an interesting way to make a sea cucumber as well. A little sea slug dude with all the spikes on the back. That's the whole thing. There he is. Okay, so I have that bit there. That's in the center of the pie slice thing, the circle slice. Let me do another one that I can put in between the seams. And I was going to do 10 inches of that as well. Inches there. Okay, and then I need to gather this up as well, which that gathering worked pretty well, just going through the center like that. I think it actually went quicker than gathering up the other two. And just vaguely at the 5-inch mark. Okay. There's my other fluffums, my ghastly bits. Okay. That's about 7 inches there. And then for this one, because it's going in the seam, I do want to fold it in half right along that stitch line. Come on, dude. Pins, where'd you go? Okay, this part is harder than I thought it was going to be. This tool does not like to fold in half for me. Come on. It folded just fine the other direction, is using. And I had the raw edges here. This is the fold in the middle that does not want to be folding. I have perhaps figured out the reason no one else online has made a ghastly like this, though. It's because it's terrible and I am stupid for trying. Ah, I really want to do this, though. I want ghastly to look real cool. I'll put it on this one. I really don't like the official Ghastly plushie where it's just got like this ring around its middle. I do like I wanted to make him like he actually looks gassy. Gassy ghastly. Yeah. Okay, let me go sew up that line. And then I'll maybe do one more line just to have a full section, like in between, middle, and then in between. And then we'll put that on the front of Ghastly and see how that all looks together. Oh, this is going to be so much fun to sew, though. There's a little bit of tulle here. This dude is bulky. Woo! So that's the full back half of Ghastly with all the different types of stuff on them. Hmm. I like the way the folded in half looks more than I like the sticking out straight kind. Because this one you get more of the rounded top shape to it. I don't know if that's gonna be visible here. This stuff right here in the middle is my favorite. I do like that the best. This is just too spiky sticking out. This looks very much like a tutu, I think. This looks more like a loofah. This is too long, I think. It's just too much. So this is my favorite. But in order to get it this way where it's folded in half, I do have to put it into the seam. I wouldn't be able to do it in the middle like I did this piece right here. So maybe what I need to do instead is instead of 4 semicircles in the back, try something like 6 to 8. Hmm. Well, I think I'm going to put this aside for now because I really do like this center part. So I want to figure out a way to do that. I'm going to go get the Cushkins. Oh my gosh, yes. I haven't thought of those in years. It does. It has that, yeah, same spikiness of it. Especially this section right here. This is much more like shower loofah to me. But yeah, this stuff, absolutely. Oh, we had one that was like gray like an elephant. It had like little elephant legs sticking out of it too. And then his face like fell off and it was really sad, but he like we still kept him around. He just he was just legs at that point. I think I'm gonna do that middle loofah section instead of the spiky side section. I do like the loofah bit better, but I do need to do that in the seams. Let's see. Do I have? I didn't set up a window. Let's see. Let me see. Okay, so I need to edit the pattern that I made. Which was just I did this up real fast this morning just to get a ball that had 8 sections. We're going to add in new sphere. Maybe instead of 8, now I want to do 12 because that would be 6 in the back. Or do I want to do? I guess it doesn't really matter how many I do for the back because I've got the front that still looks good. That would be 8 slices across the back. They're going to be very, very narrow. Those are going to be some very, very narrow slices there, but I want lots of loofah bits in there. 14 maybe, there'll be 7 across the back. Yeah, let me try that. So this is just the super quick and easy way of me getting a circle shape for a pattern. So Ghastly 2, export OBJ. Where did I save? To okay, you are in my plush. Okay, so now if I go to Plushify, we can upload my Ghastly object to Plushify. Cool, discard the UV map. Cool. Oh, but I've only got yeah, okay, so that's my midpoint. There we go. Whoops, don't do that. So that's what my slice is gonna look like if I'm doing all 7. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Size. Oh, it should be 12. I think I did 12. Is that about? I think I did 12 on the other one. Go back to Ghastly. What size were you? Size? Yeah, you were 12 centimeters. Okay. So Ghastly 2 size 12 centimeters, so it should be the same size there. Print pattern. I'm gonna just get this piece 1. And just black and white print. Okay. There we go. That is going to be my pattern piece there for Ghastly, putting 7 slices in the back. That way I can do the little loofah thing in between each slice. Oh, yeah, okay. That's what it wants me to do. I'm not convinced that's the right side. I'm going to play around with this later. We'll see if that's going to be the right shape and size. For now, oof, all of this. That's going to be another issue. Can I actually stitch him together? Ghastly might end up being a hand sewing kind of project. I don't even think I can pin that right there. There is so much just stuff right in there. Okay, because that's going to be the front to the back, and then all of this needs to basically go inside. Okay. That is going to be fun to try and sew. See if I can get around this. See if Thomas can even get this underneath the foot of her. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to hand stitch those bottom and top edges. Arr. Mm. That might not be a big enough hole to pull all of that tulle through. Ugh. Man, I did not leave that stuffing hole big enough. Probably need like half the width of him. Come on. Ugh. Once I get the purple stuff out, things start moving better, but getting that purple stuff out is just a bitch. Holy There we go. Ah, him's flipped. Ah, there's still a hole in the bottom and top because that was just too thick to actually sew through. So that will be hand stitched there. Okay, so there he is, or what he might be is the potential Ghastly. And then face wise, there's a little mouth there. And then his eyes would be essentially right there. That side is very, very naked. I do like what I've got going on here though, where I do it in between and uh together, but I'm probably going to end up doing it as that loofah look. And I do really like the way he looks from the front. Like that looks cool. That's kind of what I was going for. So I will have to experiment more with this guy. I will modify that pattern up a little bit. He's adorable though. That was about 2 hours of work on him to get him to this stage, trying to figure out what I want to do. So I'm going to pause on him for now. That's going to be basically my Ghastly work for right now because I spent 2 hours and I don't actually have something I can sell yet. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to work on my Korok seeds. Little Korok, well, not seeds, my Koroks themselves. And then once I have them done, I'll come back to Ghastly. I'll redo his pattern because I'm not quite certain that's the shape that it's supposed to be using. I'm not certain about that. But I can redo that pattern shape. If I do 2 half spheres in Blender, one with like 4 bits and then one with 7, I might be able to do the front of him and the back of him on one orb. So I'll get these guys done and then come back to Ghastly after that. I don't need my timer for these little seeds. Already have them timed up just fine. I do need this little guy. Nice super gross ass. There we go. Ugh, gross. Both sides. I've got this electrical tape that's gone bad. It's just like goo, but the inside of it is also like the perfect size for cutting out the backs of these cork faces, so I haven't gotten rid of it yet. I've just been dealing with the goo. I could totally just find a circle thing the same size, but I don't want to. So, goo it is. Gross. Okay. Woo. Woo. Okay, so there's my faces. I was actually contemplating something with these faces. The last time I sold them, their faces are just like front and back, and I stitched them in place. But then the sides were they were like pillowing out. They weren't staying flat. So I was contemplating different ways to go about keeping them actually flat, like make the faces flat, as opposed to like they pillow out like this on the faces. I want them to be fully flat. So I was actually thinking I might try some of the fabric glue that I use on uh on the backs of my embroidery bits to kind of glue the front and to get back together. The other alternative would be going around and stitching the edges down, but that will take more time and be a lot more precise. And I'm trying to keep these guys nice and cheap there. So I've actually made more faces than I have bodies. Like I've got more of the face fabric than I do the body fabric. So I was thinking I would might glue one or two of them, see if it works, make sure that the glue doesn't like bleed through to the front or anything like that. And then if it works, I'll go ahead and glue all of them. This guy's a popular one though. I think I'm going to glue this guy. Okay, so let's see if I can glue this guy. If my fabric fusion glue is going to work. Ah, camera! Camera! You betray me. Why? Are you gonna work again, camera? Please? This camera is my mortal enemy. Okay, let's see if the glue inside this little guy works. It actually holds him together. Oops. Goopsie glues. Squish you down. Ooh, got it on my fingers. Gross. Gross, gross, gross. And I don't want it to come through the front or back. It is kind of going through the back. Ah, icky gross. Well, don't go through the front at least. Because I want it to stay flat. Oh, that camera is just not having a good day at all, is it? Ugh. Ooh, I got goops all over me. Thank you, glue. I definitely wanted the gloops. That is absolutely what I was going Gross. Okay, so it's definitely bleeding through the fleece, which is not what I was hoping for. But as long as it only bleeds through the back, I could still have a good front. And that might keep it flat. Because the other alternative is stitching around the entire outside, and I really don't want to do that. It would add a lot of time to it. Got glue on my hands now. Gross, gross, gross. Ah, while those two dry, I'm really not feeling the work today. Like, I do not want to be working. I might go back, work on Ghastly, see if I can make that ball-shaped pattern, plushify it to make the actual pattern. Um, I'm just really not feeling these Corax today, and that's like my to-do is the Corax. Let's see, I have been streaming for about 3.5-ish hours. That's half of a work day for me. Okay, I think I'm gonna pause on the Corax because I'm just really not feeling it. I'm gonna go back to Blender and see about working on that sphere dude. So we're gonna do that. Where's my halfway? This half. Which way is my way? That everything? Did I go all the way through? I did. So I have everything there. Delete the vertices. Okay, so now I have half of a sphere. There we go. So that should be 7. 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7. So if I'm doing 7 slices along the back, that'll be the back of Ghastly's body. And then I want another sphere, same size, overlaps everything. This one I only want 8 segments because that's going to be the front of Ghastly. There we go. Good. Sure. Okay. I like that. And then we're going to go here. Whoops. I need to be able to see through. That's both of them. Okay, well, I don't want to select both of them. Oh, that I undo. Undo. Go back. Okay, so I've got my half there. Object mode. Okay, I've got that half. I don't want to be involved in that one. Okay, now let's get a new one. I need a new UV sphere. 8. Yes. Okay, so now I've got a second sphere. It's not the same object. Yeah, I might do some of the Corax off stream. Just flipping them, putting their faces together. Especially because my table camera just died again. So cool. I think when I'm done making this pattern, that might be the end of my stream today, and then I might just kind of go and sit down and do something else, work related, but not sewing related. Okay, edit mode. I have to be able to see through. Okay, see everybody. Can I see? No, I can't see all of them. What? Make you go away? Now can I see through everything? Oh, I picked the wrong one. That's what I want. Okay. See through. Yes, okay. Select all of those, delete the vertices, yes. Now I have 2 half circles. There we go. So the front of Ghastly will be these 4. The back of Ghastly will be these 7. So as far as I can tell, whenever it loses its Wi-Fi connection, it just kind of shuts down the camera app. Um, and I don't know why it's specifically losing its Wi-Fi connection. It's been doing it for a couple of days now. I don't know why. Um, it's just being annoying. Merge at center. That 2 that I selected there. I'm sure there's a smarter way of this. My knowledge of Blender is very rudimentary. I don't think it actually works. Oh, close enough. That's fine. I was hoping to do that so that I could have one object and slice it up in Plushify. It's gonna be this. It's fine. Yeah, it's just grabbing that weird. Okay. Well, I'm going to export this as an object. This if I pull up Plushify, I can add in a new plushie. We're going to look for gas there. Sure, doesn't really matter. Discard. I should have moved them slightly apart from me. You're still connected right there. Are you 2 separate pieces now? Pattern bits. You are 2 separate bits. Okay. For the front of Ghastly, 1, 2, 5. I think I went down last time. I went down 5 there, and I went down 3 there. And then in the opposite direction, I went 3 there, up 5 there. Like that. Oh, I think I did even further down. Yeah, I think I did that. I could just go check. Ghastly number 1, the seams. Where did I put your seams? I went down 3 and 1, 2, 6 and up 1, 2, 8, up 8 there. 5, 5 and 8, 3 and 6. This one I was just working on. Yes. Okay. 3, 1, 2, and 8. Is that what I did? No, it's. Oh, I'm bad at numbers. Yeah, the seams on the back, because I want to do the loofah style, uh, the tool there, I need to put it into seams. When I was just doing the spiky bits, I just sewed it onto the middle. But I want to do the loofah, and the loofah requires a seam. So I just put more seams in there so there's less bald spots, hopefully. So each of these purple lines is going to be a seam. And on the back half of him, each of these seams, from here to around, is going to have that loofah bits inside of it. The front, though, because I need it to be a solid piece to make the embroidery of the face easier, I don't actually want that breaking apart at all. So this is all going to be one piece here, which is currently upside down, but let me flip it. Or you're just going to rotate again? Fine, whatever. So the smile is going to go right here in between these seams. Five. So the smile goes right here, and then the eyes are going to go right here. So I don't want a seam right where the embroidery is going to be. Seems like it should work. Ah, terrible. You get to go pun jail now. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Yeah, so mouth here, eyes in that area, and then each of these seams in the back is going to have some loofah bit in it. This right here with all of these bits coming together is going to be bad. Like, that's not going to be fun to sew. But I think it will look nice in terms of like the fluffiness on him for that. So the pattern bits, this one here, mouth here, eyes here, and then 7 of those for the back. Yeah. Okay, and size. Not 200 centimeters. That would be a freaking huge ghastly. I'm going to go with 12, which is just over 4 inches. That's what I did. So that's about the size, vaguely, he'll be in his little three-dimensional house here. I can set him on the table. There he is, a Ghastly on the table. He can sit on the couch. Um, Maybe I'll scale him up to about 5 inches. I'm trying to adjust between um is it going to be small enough that he looks good with the tool on him, and also is he going to be too big or like too small to actually sew those seams? Eh. I think this is gonna look good. I'm gonna do 14 centimeters, which will chunk him off onto a different sheet of paper, which is not ideal. Um, I don't like that they put this here on one sheet and all of this here, because these tips could have been over here. So instead, will you fit on legal? You will not. What will you tabloid size that? You fit on A3. Okay. So if I put you on an A3, now you're one piece of paper. Print pattern as a PDF. Just gonna do a PDF here. Save to my plushies Pokemon. Ghastly print plushify. Good. Okay. Because now if I go to Inkscape, document settings, that was what, A3? Oh, 3? That should be the A3 page. Import, not EV. Yes. Yeah. Pages 2 and 3. Oh, I guess I only needed page 2. He's only got page. That looks good. Okay, and if I come to this page, we can do, I do a letter. Whoops. Add in another page. US letter. We're gonna move to here. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. I wanted this select button. Okay, group you. You're in. Okay, so I've got some overlap here. Again, I'm sure there's an easier, better way to do all of this. I am absolutely self-taught, and just have super basics. Okay. There we go. So I have this parent piece that should be duplicated onto the 2 pages when I go to it. This, you can go away. I don't need. I've got the 2 pages, this parent piece that now goes across both because I did make Ghastly slightly larger. I've got this parent piece, which is I need 7 for the back. I want to put an arrow on here before I forget. Do that, and the end is going to be an arrow. Yeah, you. Whoa, you're so tiny. Let's make use. I don't really need an arrow for the other parent piece, but I'll put one on it anyways. Now I know which way it goes down. And if I export you as a PDF, nope, I export or save as PDF. On Ghastly Pattern 2. Save as a PDF. Ghastly Pattern 2. Save. Okay. Okay. So I have both of those. We're going to see if that works. Again, my table camera is dead. Why are you doing this to me? There you go. Stick that through the printer. See if you work. Okay, let me go stick that piece of paper back in the printer so I can use that. Got it? Okay. Ah. Cool beans. Okay, so there's my new pattern, which is going to be slightly larger. Same basic shapes, just slightly larger than the other one. And then I've got my tiny little narrow dude there. I will still be doing, I think, this loofah bit here. I like the length and everything on it. I just want more of them. So we'll do this loofah thing, not so much the spikes here, just the loofah bit. 9 of them, or eight of them, because I did 7 slices in the back, so there'll be 8 of those. That's why I did 7, so I had 8 slices. So I'll be doing that. I need to make the embroidery for the face of him. I could probably do that right now. I'm feeling that. This is still damp. I've got glue on me again. I don't know if that's going to work out. That glue's taking a lot longer to dry than it should. Let me see. I'm gonna make Ghastly's face as an embroidery file. And then that's probably all I'm gonna do today. I'm not gonna actually finish Ghastly. Wow, that camera is so delayed. Yep, and it died. Cool. Okay, so before we even try that again, let me start up Hatch, my embroidery program. I don't need anything for the back. What I do need is this rotated. I'm gonna move it off to the side over here. Don't need arrow for this part. I've already saved it, so we're good here. We're gonna get rid of that, delete. So this is the space I have to work with. Are you actually centered? I don't think you are. I pull one of you guys. I'll turn on my magnets. Guide to cusp node. Yep, there we go. Not really. You are just slightly off. Not bad, but okay. There we go. That's my piece there. Into you, can I add white? Woo! Okay, you need to go to the very bottom. There we go. Okay, so that's my piece and the outline and everything I need there. I need to export this to my libraries, my document, studio stuff, my plushies. I am guilty of using so many folders and folders all the way down. This is going to be Ghastly Face BG for EMB. Save that, export there, yes. Beans. Go back to my computer, can I up Hatch? Yes. Okay, so we're coming over to Hatch, and then I'm going to take that I just drew, Ghastly Face background for embroidery, and we're going to drop it in here. And it's going to be bigger than my 120 hoop. Probably would work for my 24150. Wait, I want to go this way. Yes, there we go. Okay. And then, oops, not that one. I don't want that. I want this. All good? Okay, so that's my center line. That dotted line, that's my 0, 0 line. So if I draw anything on one half, I can just flip it over the line into the other half without having to do anything. Right now, I don't have any plans for Haunter. I was anticipating that Ghastly wasn't going to be as much work as he currently is, so I'm already like spending too much time making plans for him. There's no easy for me to find a Haunter pattern that I really liked, and I wasn't sure how to go about putting his arms on without them like floating freely. So I haven't made any plans for Haunter yet, but in the future, when I am not completely in crunch for different conventions, I might make Haunter to go with Ghastly Haunter Gengar because I kind of want one of each for myself, not just to sell. Someday, yep. That'll be an eventual plan. So, an eyeball time. I'm gonna go here. I want to give it a little bit of a bend on top. And I'm just kind of eyeballing his eyeball. Har, har, har. bad. That there. Do I want to give him an outline to his eye, or do I just want to make his eye this white shape? I'll leave it here for now. Do a little ovally circle shape for, woo, I cannot draw straight. Let's try that again. There. Gonna do his eye that way. We do add a stitch angle to that though. I do not like the way it picked it. That's gonna be black there. There's his little eye. Yeah, the only reason I'd have an outline is to like clean up the edges of it. So if I did an outline like that, it would just kind of clean up any of the stitches that are sticking out. I'm not convinced I need it though. Because like right now, it looks like all like super zoomed in. It looks like all of these stitches are really straight. But they're not always, especially when you've got like minky sticking through. Some of these stitches get like a little bit jagged. So it would be me avoiding that, like having those jagged bits. Okay, I'm going to zoom back in. We're going to go to that 0 spot. Whoops, oh, that's not a very good mouth, but we're going to reshape that shit. We're going to do that, and we're going to move you guys up. Oops. I think more or less that's what I want for his mouth shape. So I'm only drawing half because I'm going to flip it over afterwards so I don't have to get it right. Uh, his mouth will probably have an outline because I'm doing multiple colors together. And if any of them stick out underneath each other, having an outline kind of hides that. And I'm going to do a closed shape for his little tooth. There's his little tooth shape. That is going to be a filled stitch in white. I'll zoom back out. These two, his mouth, both halves. I'm going to duplicate, mirror horizontal, and move to the other side. These two here, I'm going to edit, weld together into shape, and let's hope it works. It did work, yay. These two here, I'm going to weld into one shape, and then, oh, here, I don't like that dip in the middle of his tongue. I want it to just go straight, so we're going to up. I think I'm actually move the two down. Center of his mouth, I also don't like that point, so I'm going to just get rid of it. That's now a nice smooth curve all the way through, and I'm going to do the same thing with his tongue, where that center point I'm just going to get rid of. There we go. This is going to be tongue color. Oh, that's supposed to be a fill. There we go. No, it's frustrating something. Yeah, no, I'm enjoying streaming. Other than the technology being my mortal enemy, I do enjoy actually streaming. So there we go. Ooh, that tongue's actually kind of big. I don't know if I like that. Hmm. I'm going to change his tongue. Goodbye, tongue. We're gonna change that. So I want this just to be the outline, just so I can see the lines better. I'm going to redo that tongue. We want a digitized non-edit, a open shape. I think I'm going to make it a lot smaller. Much smaller tongue. There we go. Okay, let's try that for his tongue, which I will need to move that down a little. Wow. Select. Select. There we go. Let me do that. Okay, we're going to take both of these now. Now we're going to edit and weld them together. I like that. Okay. I think I like that tongue shape a lot better. That's a nicer tongue. Now we're going to do a fill stitch on that. Fill stitch on that. And we're going to duplicate the tooth, flip that, and also move that across the x-axis. There we go. We're going to duplicate that one, do an outline. Oh, I am in US measurements. I want metric. That's a lot easier. Okay, so the outline, I want to be a satin stitch on this one. Normal. Okay. And I want this to be 2. So that right there just kind of cleans up any like overlap that there might be having that outline. So I do have an outline around the mouth. So maybe what I'll do is I'll do an outline around the eye, but I'll do it in white. I think I'll do that. Maybe I want his tooth a little bit bigger as well. I'm going to make his tooth a slight bit larger. Woo! And I'm going to completely zoom around. Right there. Duplicate, flip, move it across the x-axis. Ease. And that was the outline of the eye. So I'm going to move that back up. Okay, we're going to duplicate that, flip that, move that across. Yeah, maybe like that. For him face. I'm going to put the 2 eyes next to each. Hmm. Duplicate, mirror, cross. These three up with the other bits. I like the black outline better, actually. He is going to be on black fabric, so that won't stand out as much as the white does. I think that's what I'm going to do for his face. I'm going to try that. Okay, so now I need to put all my colors in order because I currently have it does one white eye and it does all the black around the eye. Then it does the other white eye and it does all the black here. And I will like I don't want to change the thread colors all these times. So I would prefer if it did all of the blacks and whites together. If it Ooh, I also need to get rid of overlaps in here. So with you, nope, it is edit, it's remove overlaps. Okay, so now I've taken a chunk out of the black mouth. This here, remove overlaps. I've now taken a small chunk out. You're gonna come up to, oops, not there, there. Remove overlaps there. Okay, so this black mouth, if I hide everything but hide unselected, now I have this mouth with holes in it. And I definitely don't want it stitching this little bottom section here, so I'm going to go and knife out the bits I don't want. Oh, what'd you do? Unhid them. Okay, well, get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hide unselected. I just want the little mouth. And then, oops, select mouth, knife here, here, here. Moving over to, well, here, here, here. Okay, let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that and that. Okay, so there's my little black shape. Unhide everything. There we go. Okay, I want the white underneath the little eye pupils because that's just a small little space. Removing the overlaps on that would be just this tiny little hole, and that would actually introduce more work on my machine. It would have to do more stitches to go around that little hole than it would to just fill the whole thing in. This eye first, then this eye. This black needs to come before this white. So I will have to go black, white, black at some point. So if I do this black, and then this red, and then this white, I can then do this white, the eyeballs, at the same time. So it'll go tooth, tooth. Maybe I'll do eyeball, eyeball, tooth, tooth. Then I'm going to come back to the, oh, you weren't supposed to be sliced in half. We're going to do a single run, weld you back together, satin stitch you to there. Okay, don't break apart. Not. And these guys, I'll go to the end. Okay, so I'll do the black part of the mouth first, and then the little red. Then it will do the eye, the tooth, and the, oh, actually, ooh, I want the teeth before that because they'll be in the mouth. If the eyes are going to pull the fabric at all, I want those teeth already in place. So black mouth, red tongue, white tooth, and the white eye, and then I will do this outline, a little pupil, this outline, little pupil, and outline of the mouth. Yeah, I think that's gonna work. Okay, now I have everything in order. Oh, save. I'm going to save you as Ghastly Face. There we go, Ghastly Face, it's been saved. Apply the closest joins. Now if I go in and I check, I can see that it is doing the start here to the end, start to end, start to end, start to end. I want it to end down here. And I want it to, nope, that's not what. End down here. I can just have you start down here as well. It doesn't matter where you start. End in the middle. I want you to end up top. End in the middle, and at the bottom is fine. I want you to end here. Good. And then for alignment, so I know where to cut my pattern, I am going to digitize an open shape here. There. And then here as well. There we go. Okay, so this piece I will flip and then go around. Oof, see, look at that. That's not the same. That's so troublesome. But these two here will get edited and welded together. Where'd weld go? There we go. I take this. Ah, you're slightly wiggly. Well, that's uncool. Okay, so all of you are going to come here and you're going to slightly, oops, wait, all of you except that are going to slightly tip, slightly. Okay, let's try that. Okay. Just barely. We're going to put you back right there. Reshape you a little bit because I missed the lines. Okay, now if I duplicate you and flip you across, you should go to where you're supposed to be. Ah! How are you off now? Because I rotated you slightly. You are still centered. Okay, whole face. Where are you? You are off. You're not centered. You should be there. How about you? You thing. You are centered. You guys are centered as well. Oh, I put those in the wrong place. I actually need them up here along the edge of white. I'm gonna just redo these guys. Don't like them. And you're slightly off. I don't think the pattern piece is actually symmetrical. I think it is slightly off itself. So as long as I get all of it centered, I'm going to modify that pattern piece a little bit later on. Do I? Yeah, you're off now. Okay. We're going to go back. We're going to undo all of this. We're going to ignore the fact that the pattern piece is there. Okay. So the face is symmetrical in there. I'm going to save that where it is. I like the face. The alignment markers are off and stupid, so they're going to go away. Face is good though. I just need to go back to Inkscape, transitioning back to there, and figure out, is this not the same pattern piece each way? Like, you are slightly off. See, that's a problem. I don't like this when you do this. Not good. Okay, so I'm going to rebuild this pattern piece myself. The stupid pattern piece, not symmetrical. It tricked me. I'm going to redo it. Handle there. Zoom in so I can find your points. Let's go to here. That point. And that point. Oh, nope, I forgot one. Okay, go there. You're good. Okay. You, full opacity. Magnet, go away. The three of you are going to be smooth nodes. You should also be a smooth node. You look good. Yeah. Pull you to there, and let's pull you to there. Okay, so that's half. If I duplicate you, flip you, move across, both of you come over here. Freezing? Why are you freezing? Don't freeze on me. Magnet. You. No, just one of you, not two of you. You good? Do I have... Whoa, don't do that. Okay. These two here. We're going to fuse you together. These two here. We're going to fuse you together. Okay. That is symmetrical. Now, if I duplicate it, we can come over to here, and I'm going to offset it. And put you underneath. Not bevel. I guess rounded. Rounded's good enough. I never do the rounded shapes. Normally what I do is these points then become two, so I get a flat shape. It's not technically one point at an angle. It's a like square boxy edge. But This pattern is just for me right now. I'm still testing it out. I'm not even sure if I want to do this past the one I'm making. So I'm not going to do too much more than that. Okay. If I export you now to Ghastly Face background for embroidery, then we come back over to Hatch. We're going to get rid of that background because that background is a betrayal. Let's put a new background in. Blam. Okay, this background now is symmetrical. Okay, now I can put in my little alignment markers. And once the alignment markers are in, this face is done. So like that's the last little bit. Zoom in a little bit. Here, there's an alignment marker. This one I'm only halfway down because I will flip it. So select, duplicate, mirror, and flip over the X. And these two here get edited and welded into one shape. This one here gets a duplicate. It gets mirrored and flipped. Cool beans. And now I can get rid of the background entirely. So there's my ghastly face. Save. Fantastic. What other edits do I need to make? This has full underlay, full underlay. This doesn't need the tatami underneath. I do need to check my stitch angle. This one, don't need pull comp, don't need my connectors. Remove all stitch angles. Okay, now you're at 15. This one, remove stitch angles. You should also be at 15. These little guys are, oh, perfect. 165 is what I was looking for. So basically, I've put these angles counter to the ones underneath them. If you make the angles the same, like they're parallel to each other, they sync into each other, which is really great if you want to try and blend two different thread colors together. But if you are trying to make teeth on top of black and not slightly gray looking teeth areas in the black, you need to change the angles so that the stitches are perpendicular or more so perpendicular than they are parallel. So those teeth should now sit on top of there. This should be, no, I want this to just be 15. This one should also be 15. The outline, this one, stitch angle, I want this just straight across. I want this at 0. And this one, I want you at 0. Because you're just going straight across the face. I don't want weird angles on my little oval shapes. You're all good. You are, what outline? You're at 2.0. These guys, whoops. These guys should also be 2 millimeters, not 2.5. And then I'll do my little alignment marks. And I do want to make these a little bit shorter just so that they're easier to pull out of the fabric. That looks good. Save. And I think that's where I'm going to end my stream today because yet again, the table camera has crashed. I'm not going to bother fixing it back up. Tomorrow I will come back. I don't know what I'm going to be working on. Maybe something Pokemon themed. This is Pokemon Week, me trying to make them as many as possible. Mr. Moose sent me a message. What'd you send me? Oh, a funny meme thing. Okay, thank you. I have a meme to read. Okay, so I'll be back tomorrow working on something Pokemon related, either some evolutions, some legendary birds, or Ghastly. Probably Ghastly, and then whatever else. I will probably not finish all three of the trio, whichever trio I end up picking, but I will work on them on Thursday. Today's Wednesday, right? Today's Wednesday. So I will work on them Thursday and Friday. So I'm aiming to have a total of 4 more Pokemon done, Ghastly and a trio. And then I don't know what I'm doing next week. Probably not Pokemon, probably something else retro. And I will be streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week. I will not be streaming Thursday or Friday because I'm getting ready for the convention on Thursday, and the convention is Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So thank you guys for being here. Let's go see who I can raid to. Straub is sewing. Cool. We're gonna go see somebody else who is sewing stuffed animals because it's very rare that we have somebody who is actually sewing on Twitch. So, there's 2 people making. Oh, there are multiple people sewing right now. What are you working on? Oh, you're doing hand embroidery. Okay, that's cool. Well, we're gonna go to Straub because she's doing some sewing stuff. It's all cool. Raid Straub. And I will see you guys tomorrow for more Pokemon plushies or whenever you are here next. So Thursday, Friday, and then next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. I will see you guys when I see you next. Okay. Hey guys, bye.